Red-glassed lamps come swaying out of the black pines, drawing a carriage toward a manor lit up like a fistful of stars laid on the snow. Inside, masked nobles are dancing at a winter masque that half the county would kill to be invited to. Geralt goes in wearing a dead man's face because he already suspects what the guests are truly there to provide. The most dangerous room in the world is a beautiful one where everyone is smiling. The carriage came out of the black pines at dusk, with its lamps burning behind panes of crimson glass, and it carried Geralt toward a house whose windows shone like a second constellation above the snow. He sat alone beneath a sable cloak that was not his, black silk covering the collar of his gambeson to hide the links beneath, gloves drawn over the old scars across his hands. The fox mask was narrow and lacquered dark as wet coal, edged with silver thread, and it rested against his face as though it had been cut for someone else, which it had. It had belonged to Roderick Vale, a minor noble with debts in 3 towns, a fondness for dice, and an invitation to Lord Severin Vane's winter mask that he had been too dead to use. They had found the corpse in a ditch 2 days earlier, untouched by wolves and white from throat to heel, and the wound beneath its jaw was small enough to hide beneath a thumb. Geralt watched the house grow through the carriage window. House Vane stood on a low rise beyond frozen vineyards, pale stone cut with tall arches and narrow towers, snow lying clean across the roofs. No smoke rose from the chimneys, though every window burned with candlelight, and the avenue before the doors was crowded with coaches, liveried servants, and noble guests stepping down in velvet, brocade, and fur. Music reached him before the carriage stopped, violins, restrained and faultless, playing behind stone thick enough to silence screams. The coachman opened the door, lowered his head, and named him Lord Vale, and Geralt stepped into the cold. The borrowed boots pinched at the toes, and the cloak dragged half a hand too low. He adjusted neither. A servant in white livery took the invitation without meeting his eyes, pressed a seal against the wax, returned the card with a bow too exact to be natural, and told him that House Vane received him. He climbed the steps between ranks of iron braziers whose coals glowed red and gave little heat. Above the entrance, carved beasts leaned out from the stone with folded wings and human mouths, and melt water hung from their teeth in clear icicles. A chamberlain waited at the threshold with a silver wand raised, asking for his weapon. The man's powdered face was smooth and bloodless beneath a mask shaped like a heron's beak, and behind him stood 2 guards in polished breastplates with their hands resting on ordinary steel. Geralt drew the court sword from his borrowed belt and laid it across the chamberlain's palms, blunt and gilded and useless. The silver sword remained beneath the carriage bench, wrapped in sailcloth beside a vial case, 2 bombs and a length of chain, and a stable boy had been paid to move them to the eastern servants' entrance after the 3rd bell. Whether the boy kept his bargain depended on greed being stronger than fear. Usually it was. The chamberlain inspected the court sword, found nothing alarming, passed it to an attendant, and said that no blades were permitted in the hall of glass. Geralt glanced at the guards and observed that the hall must then be very safe. The chamberlain's eyes lifted, dark and dry, without any answering amusement. Entirely. Geralt crossed the threshold, and warmth closed around him, scented with beeswax, roses, and spiced wine. The entrance gallery rose through 3 floors of white marble, staircases curving upward beneath a painted ceiling where pale saints ascended through clouds, and hundreds of candles stood in branching sconces, each flame perfectly still, despite the opening doors and the movement of servants. Guests filled the gallery in masks of beasts, birds, and dead kings, jewels burning at throats and wrists, silk whispering over the floor. Faces turned toward each arrival, judged it, dismissed it, and returned to their private calculations. No one looked afraid. A servant offered him a crystal cup. He took it, smelled red wine and cloves, and touched none to his lips. A woman in a swan mask passed near him with 3 young men following in her wake, her gown white, her shoulders bare, the pulse in her throat showing beneath skin fine as paper. One of the men bent close to speak, and she smiled without looking at him. Across the gallery, a tall noble in a bronze wolf mask watched the same pulse. He watched it through the passing bodies, through greetings and bows, with the still concentration of a cat at a mouse hole, his wine untouched in his hand, candlelight sliding across his exposed cheek and showing skin without pores, scars, or broken veins. When the woman laughed, his fingers tightened around the stem of the cup. The glass did not crack. Geralt moved on. At the stairs stood Lord Severin Vane, who wore no animal mask. His was shaped as a serene human face, white porcelain over his own, with a faint smile painted across the mouth. Silver hair fell to his shoulders. His clothes were black velvet without embroidery, severe beside the peacock richness of his guests, and a red stone the size of a pigeon's egg rested at his throat. He greeted each arrival by name: Lady Arson, who gave him a my lord; Baron Tur, who gave him a Severin; Countess Elide, whose absence last winter had been remarked upon, and who laughed and offered her hand so that Vane might raise it toward the lips of his porcelain mask. He did not touch her skin. Geralt entered the line. The guests advanced one by one, surrendered names, received pleasantries, and passed beneath the arch into the ballroom, and when only 2 remained ahead of him, Vane turned his head before the next name was spoken. The painted smile faced Geralt. For half a heartbeat, the noise of the gallery narrowed. The violins beyond the arch drew out a high, cold note, and as a servant walked past with a tray of wine, the red surface in every glass shivered. "Lord Roderick Vale," announced the chamberlain. Geralt approached, and Vane extended one hand, the fingers long and unadorned, the nails polished but not painted. "Lord Vale, at last." The voice was mild, cultivated, and faintly weary. Geralt bowed enough to satisfy the room and said his road had been poor, and Vane answered that roads often were, that they revealed the traveler before the destination had the pleasure. The hand remained extended. Geralt clasped it. The skin was cool, though not with the chill of the air outside, and there was no yielding flesh beneath the glove, no tremor of age, no small adjustment of muscle. Vane held his hand as if he had learned the gesture from watching others, and found no reason to alter it. Then his thumb pressed once against Geralt's knuckle. The pressure was slight, and it was also strong enough to grind bone. Geralt did not move. Behind the porcelain mask, something changed. The eye holes were narrow, but he saw a glint of deep red where candlelight should have caught gray. Vane said they had feared he might decline. Geralt said he disliked disappointing a host. Vane said he disliked it too, and the grip loosened. A woman appeared at Vane's side and laid 2 pale fingers on his sleeve. Her mask was black lace that covered little, leaving her mouth and sharp cheekbones bare, her hair dark and bound with garnets, her gown the color of old blood, close at the waist and trailing behind her like a stain. She told her cousin he was keeping the poor man at the door, and Vane turned toward her and made the introduction. Lady Mircalla Vane, Lord Roderick Vale. Her gaze passed over the fox mask, the cloak, the hands, the line of his shoulders. It did not pause on the scars she could see. It lingered instead at the side of his neck where the false collar covered the pulse. She remembered Lord Vale, she said, and Geralt met her eyes and told her that her memory was kinder than his. The corner of her mouth lifted. She remembered him shorter. Grief lengthens men. A silence opened, small and clean. Nearby conversation went on. Yet several faces had turned toward them. The noble in the bronze wolf mask stood halfway across the gallery, watching over the rim of his untouched cup. A woman crowned in white feathers had stopped moving her fan, and one of the guards near the door shifted his hand against his sword belt. Mircalla's smile deepened without warming, and she asked him what he had buried. Enough to improve his posture, he said. Vane released a soft breath through his nose that might have been laughter. Her fingers left his sleeve. The first dance was soon, she said, and he was not to vanish before she claimed one. Geralt inclined his head and promised to try to remain visible, and she told him to try harder than the others. Then she turned away and moved through the arch, and men and women made room without seeming to do so. Vane watched her leave and remarked that his cousin enjoyed puzzles, that she had broken most of his. Geralt said he would avoid being one. Vane said he had already failed and stepped aside, granting passage into the ballroom. Geralt crossed beneath the arch. The hall of glass sat at the center of the house, round and high-domed, its walls broken by mirrors that ran from the marble floor to the gilded cornice. And above it all the chandeliers hung on black chains crowded with candles whose flames came back 1,000 times from every direction. Musicians played from a raised gallery behind a screen of carved roses, and beneath them the dancers moved in circles measured out by rank, wealth, and desire. 200 guests, perhaps, at first glance. The mirrors made it an army. Geralt stopped beside a marble column and let the room arrange itself in front of him. Servants kept to fixed paths with wine and sugared fruit. The older nobles claimed the chairs along the walls, and the younger ones gathered under the chandeliers where the light was best and the watching was easiest. 4 doors led out, the entrance behind him, a supper chamber north, a winter garden behind glass to the west, and a mirrored gallery on the eastern wall. He listened. Footsteps, silk, glass, breathing, the measured scrape of bows across strings, the beat of a few hundred hearts, some quick with expectation, some slowed by wine. And among all that, the absences. A gray-haired lord was talking eagerly to a woman in a gold mask, his chest rising and falling while hers did not. Near the supper chamber, 2 brothers laughed at some private insult, and one flushed under his mask while the other stayed pale and dry despite the heat and the heavy coat buttoned to his throat. A young woman in green took a slice of pear, bit into it delicately, chewed twice, and hid the piece in her napkin the moment her companion turned away. Geralt counted 9 before the first dance ended, then stopped counting people and started watching the spaces between them. The marked guests never crowded one another. They held their distance, with the instinctive courtesy of predators feeding off the same ground, their eyes moving often, though their heads rarely did. None of them looked for a mirror. They already knew what stood behind them. A servant went past with a tray. Geralt took another cup and let a little slop across his glove as though he had been jostled, the wine running dark between his fingers. And the noble in the bronze wolf mask was there beside him, almost before it had finished spreading, saying how unfortunate that was in a soft southern accent. Geralt raised the wet glove and told him he had suffered worse. The man asked whether he had, held out a linen cloth, and watched with close attention as Geralt wiped the wine away, his pupils narrowing when the cloth passed over the skin at the wrist. He said, in the tone of a man confirming a delivery, that Geralt was Vale. "So I'm told," Geralt said. The man had known a Vale in Maribor, he explained, and Geralt allowed that there were too many of them. "This one cheated at cards," the man said, and Geralt said then perhaps they were kin. That earned a smile, even teeth. Human and unstained, and a name, Lord Carmen Drest, which Geralt met with a nod. Drest lifted his cup in greeting without drinking from it and recommended the wine, their host keeping old cellars. "I prefer to know where a road ends before I empty the flask. This road ends here." The dancers changed direction, skirts widening and sleeves lifting as the music dropped lower and drew the couples into a slower figure, and through the moving bodies, Geralt saw Lady Mircalla standing alone beneath the central chandelier watching him. Drest followed his gaze and murmured that he should take care. She grew bored quickly, and when Geralt asked whether she did, Drest said only that boredom was a dangerous thing in an old house. A bell sounded once above the musicians' gallery. Conversation softened, dancers broke apart, bowed, went looking for new partners, and Mircalla crossed the floor, each step carrying her through another reflection until a dozen pale women in crimson were advancing from every wall at once. She stopped in front of him and put out her hand and remarked that he had remained visible. "For now," he said. Her fingers settled into his, and they were cold, and around them the dance started up again as she led him into it with the faint pressure of a hand that could have closed through bone. She moved as though the music had been written around her. Geralt followed her through the first figure with one gloved hand at her waist and the other holding hers beneath the chandeliers, and the dancers turned in ordered rings that opened and closed like the petals of some pale flower, silk brushing silk, jewels catching the candlelight, every bow and lifted wrist and measured step keeping up the appearance of grace, while underneath it the room watched, selected, waited. Her gaze never left him. She told him he danced well for a man who disliked being seen, and he said it was being remembered he disliked, and she said then he had chosen the wrong house and turned beneath his arm. For a moment her back was to him, and the line of her neck lay bare above the crimson gown. No sweat on the skin, no perfume warmed by blood, only roses that had been kept too long in a sealed room. Geralt guided her back into place. Her balance never shifted. Human dancers lean into their turns, correct for the weight of skirts and heels. Let their breathing disturb the line of the body. Mircalla made every movement without needing to recover from it, crossing the marble as though the floor were carrying her. She observed that he had not been at Lord Halveth's mask. Ill, he said. With what? She wanted to know. Poverty. That affliction seldom prevented attendance, she said. It only changed the reason for it. A couple came past close beside them. the man in a silver heart mask breathing hard. From the dance, with the color high in his cheeks, his partner, a narrow woman in blue, smiling up at him with an attention so complete it might have passed for devotion, until her eyes went down to the vein beating at his temple. Mircalla saw him notice and said that Lady Olin admired vitality. So did physicians, Geralt said. Physicians wasted it, she said. The music quickened. Couples separated, crossed, took new hands, and Geralt let Mircalla go from him and caught her again 2 places further along the line, except that her fingers had closed around his before he had fully put out his hand. Too fast. The movement was small enough to escape the room, though not him. She'd crossed the space between one heartbeat and the next with the crimson folds of her gown hardly stirring. She called him watchful. He said he had enemies. Still, she asked. The persistent kind, he said, and she told him they must love him, and stepped closer as the dancers formed into pairs beneath the eastern mirrors. Their reflections multiplied behind her, and Geralt saw his own black fox face among them, Mircalla's lace mask, the glittering hall, the moving court. Her reflection stood where it ought to. That meant little. Higher vampires were flesh and not tavern phantoms. They crossed thresholds, cast shadows, and wore beauty more convincingly than most men wore virtue. The old tales had made them simpler because men preferred monsters that obeyed rules. Mircalla's thumb slid once along the seam of his glove. He had a swordsman's hands, she said. So did every fool with his grandfather's blade, he said. Not like his, she said, and pressed against the hardened skin beneath his fingers. Old wounds, fresh strength, no rings. A lord without vanity was rarer than a corpse without secrets. Perhaps he had pawned the rings he offered. Perhaps he had buried the jeweler, she said. The dancers turned again, and Geralt used the turn to bring them nearer the eastern gallery, where tall mirrors framed a pair of narrow doors. Servants went in with full trays and came back empty-handed. None of the guests used those doors openly. A young baron stood near them in a mask painted green and gold, drunk and talking too loudly to a woman in white feathers, working hard to make her laugh. And she gave him the same faint smile after every sentence, while her eyes stayed on the hollow beneath his jaw. He raised his cup and she touched his wrist. Not yet, she murmured. He misunderstood and grinned. Mircalla drew Geralt back toward the center and told him he was looking beyond his partner. He said he had thought courts encouraged it, and she said only marriages did. The music ended on a low note, and they stopped face to face while all around them the guests bowed, feathers and horns and painted beaks dipping in the candlelight. Geralt let go of her hand. She kept his a moment longer, her fingers resting over the pulse in his wrist, and said softly that he had no fever. He let the beat stay slow and agreed that he had not. No tremor either, she said. He wasn't cold, he told her. She said he smelled of leather and iron and something bitter underneath both. The potions had gone down 3 hours before dusk, enough to sharpen his senses without turning his eyes black or staining his veins. Tawny Owl sat low and steady in his blood, and a lesser dose of black blood waited untouched in a narrow flask sewn inside his coat. She leaned nearer and said that Roderick Vale had smelled of lilac water. He changed his habits, Geralt said. Men did, she said, when death came close. The next dance was already beginning before the previous couples had cleared the floor. A servant struck the marble with a silver staff, and the guests divided into long lines, and Mircalla stepped away, with her expression unchanged. "Walk with me." It was neither request nor command, and she turned toward the western doors, without waiting for an answer, so Geralt followed. They passed from the ballroom into the winter garden beneath a ceiling of black glass, where moonlight lay dimmed by frost. Across the panes and candles burned in iron stands along paths of white gravel. Orange trees grew in painted tubs beside clipped yews, leaves dark and glossy, fruit bright as small flames. The air was colder here. Couples wandered between the trees in quiet conversation, and at the center stood a fountain with no water moving in its basin, only red rose petals drifting across a thin sheet of ice. Mircalla walked the path with her hands clasped before her and said that her cousin collected uncommon things, paintings from fallen houses, books no church permitted, animals that would not breed in cages. When Geralt asked whether guests belonged on that list, she shook her head. Guests were not collected. They returned of their own will. A man laughed behind a wall of yew. The sound broke off sharply, followed by a low murmur and the scrape of a shoe against gravel. Geralt glanced toward it. Mircalla did not, and went on about how Lord Vane had held these masks for 30 years, how people spoke of them for months afterward and ruined themselves for invitations, and how one would think pleasure grew more precious when danger came with it. What danger? She stopped beside an orange tree. Above them, a moth lay trapped against the inside of the glass roof, beating its wings on the frost, and each time it fell, it climbed again toward the candle glow reflected there. Jealous husbands, she said, unpaid debts, winter roads. Her hand rose and plucked an orange from the branch, and she turned it slowly, studying the smooth skin before sinking one thumbnail into the peel. Juice ran across her fingers. She lifted them to her mouth but did not taste them, and asked whether he would call himself brave. He would not. Wise, then? No. Then why was he here, she wanted to know, and he told her it was the music. She looked back toward the ballroom, where the violins had taken up a grave and winding measure, and observed that he did not enjoy it. He said he respected the labor. Mircalla smiled without showing teeth. Beyond the yew wall, the man laughed again, and this time the sound ended in a gasp. Geralt stepped from the path, and Mircalla's hand touched his sleeve. The pressure was gentle. The message was not. Some corners of a house belonged to the host, she said, and he answered that some belonged to rats. She asked if he heard them. I hear something feeding. For the first time, the composure in her face tightened, though it passed at once, and left only the pale court lady beneath black lace. He chose dangerous words, she told him. He had been asked about bravery, he said, and her fingers stayed on his arm. Across the garden, the glass doors opened, and Lord Vane came in with 3 guests beside him, listening to an elderly duchess describe a hunting accident. His porcelain mask turned toward Geralt and Mircalla, though the duchess had not stopped speaking. Mircalla released him and said her cousin disliked disorder before supper, then led him back toward the ballroom by another path. As they passed the yew wall, Geralt saw a shoe lying on the gravel, polished black, with a silver buckle and a smear of blood along the heel. No one else looked down. At the doors, Lord Vane dismissed the Duchess with a bow and waited until Geralt approached before trusting aloud that his cousin had not frightened him. She tried, Geralt said. Mircalla rarely tried, said Vane. Her gaze moved between them, and she remarked that Lord Vale was difficult to place. Vane tilted his painted face and told her to place him near him then. The musician stopped. A bell sounded twice from the gallery, and servants opened the northern doors onto the supper chamber beyond, where long tables waited beneath branching candelabra dressed with silver, crystal, and white linen. Steam rose from covered dishes. Roasted birds gleamed under honeyed glaze. Fish rested in beds of herbs, and pyramids of winter fruit stood among bowls of salt and carved ice. The guests began to move. Human faces brightened at the sight of food, and the others watched them brighten. Vena offered Mircalla his arm. She took it, and they passed through the doors, together with Geralt following among the first rank, close enough to see the servants lower their heads as the host went by. At the nearest table, place cards marked every seat, and Geralt found Lord Roderick Vale written beside Lady Mircalla Vane. Across from them sat Lord Carmen dressed in the bronze wolf mask, who raised his cup when Geralt took his place and said the road ended here. Servants moved along the table, filling plates and pouring wine, and Geralt accepted both. Mircalla touched nothing. Vane sat at the head beneath a portrait of some dead ancestor whose painted eyes had been scratched away, and conversation rose with the first course. A baroness complaining of snow on the southern road, a young count on the subject of horses, someone describing a duel in which neither man had died, to the disappointment of several guests. Through it all, the vampires performed the gestures of appetite, lifting cups, cutting meat, touching napkins to lips that stayed clean. Geralt sliced into the bird before him. It was cold inside, cooked hours earlier, and warmed only at the surface, and he chewed once, swallowed, and watched a servant remove an untouched plate from Lady Oline at the next table. Another servant replaced it with a silver cup, smaller than the wine goblets, and Oline's hand closed around it. The scent reached Geralt across roasted meat and cloves. Blood, fresh, still warm, thinned with spice. She drank without haste. Lord Drest watched him over the rim of an empty cup and asked whether it was not to his taste. Geralt said he'd eaten worse at war, Drest suggested. At weddings? Mircalla's fingers tightened around her knife. Vane turned his mask towards the far end of the chamber where the young baron in green and gold had come in late, flushed from wine and accompanied by the woman in white feathers. She guided him toward a vacant seat, whispering something that made him laugh, and a servant put a full cup in his hand before he sat. He drank. Within moments his laughter softened, his head dipped once and lifted, and the woman brushed a thumb across his lower lip and told him he had stained himself. He tried to answer, but the words blurred, and two masked attendants appeared behind him while the table conversation went on. They raised him with practiced care, one at each arm, his feet dragging over the floor, and as they led him toward the eastern door, beside the musician's stair, and the woman in feathers followed, carrying his cup, Geralt set down his knife. Without looking at him, Mircalla said to sit. The attendants reached the door. Geralt lifted his wine and spilled it across the white linen, red spreading between the plates, soaking cuffs and cards, and the baroness beside him cried out and rose while a servant hurried forward. Chairs scraped, and conversation broke in a ripple of annoyance. Geralt caught the servant's wrist, apologized, and drew the man close enough to hide the movement of his other hand. 2 fingers pressed briefly against the servant's jaw, and Axie passed between them with a quiet force. "He needed more cloths," Geralt said. The servant's eyes softened, and he repeated it. "More cloths. From the eastern passage. The eastern passage." Geralt released him, and the man turned at once, crossed the chamber, and opened the same door through which the Baron had vanished. Geralt rose amid the confusion and followed. The eastern door closed behind him, with the softness of velvet falling over a blade. Beyond it the music changed. The supper chamber lay only a wall away, yet the violins reached the passage, thinned and distant, their measured turns reduced to a faint vibration in the stone. Candle sconces stood at long intervals and left bands of shadow between them, and the white marble of the public rooms gave way to dark wood, narrow carpets, and old portraits whose varnished faces had dimmed almost to nothing. The servant under Axie walked ahead with an empty tray tucked against his side, murmuring about cloths, and his feet carried him past the first door and then the second. Both closed. Behind one, the murmur of low voices. Behind the other, glass touching glass with careful regularity. Geralt kept 3 paces between them. At the end of the passage, the servant stopped beside a linen cupboard and reached for its brass handle, and Geralt caught his shoulder before he opened it and asked where they had taken the man in the green mask. The servant stared at the cupboard and said, "Down." "Where?" Geralt said, the mirror stare. "Show me." A faint resistance tightened the man's mouth. Whatever obedience House Vane had put into him was older than the sign and worn deep by repetition, so Geralt pressed 2 fingers against the place below his ear, renewing the command without forcing it hard enough to leave him witless, and told him again to show the way. The servant turned. They went back a dozen paces to a tall mirror framed in black oak, and it showed them the empty corridor, the candles, Geralt's fox mask, and the servant's colorless face, with no seam anywhere in the wall around it. The servant set his thumb against one carved rose in the frame. A catch gave somewhere inside the paneling, and the mirror swung inward on cold air that carried damp stone, old incense, and the copper smell of fresh blood. Geralt looked back along the passage. Nobody had followed, and the supper went on somewhere behind them, in a rising murmur, orderly as rain heard through a roof. He told the servant to go for the cloths and forget this, and the man blinked once, said the word cloths back at him as though it were an instruction he had been given properly, and walked away. Geralt slipped through the opening and drew the mirror shut behind him. The stair ran down inside the thickness of the wall, narrow and steep. The steps, worn hollow at the center, and iron lamps burned along it with small blue flames, each one set lower than the last. The air cooled as he went, and the smell of blood grew until it lay against the back of his throat. Halfway to the first landing, he heard breathing below him, one set ragged and wet, the other slow and unhurried, and he stopped where he was. A shadow slid across the wall beneath him. Then a masked attendant came round the turn of the stair, climbing without any hurry at all, dressed in the same white livery as the servants above, but carrying no tray and no cloth, his mask plain silver, with neither mouth nor ornament, one cuff marked with a dark stain. He saw Geralt and halted, and for a single heartbeat neither of them moved. Then he came up the stairs, and his speed stripped the stillness out of the passage. One instant he stood 6 steps below. The next, his hand had closed on Geralt's throat and driven him into the wall hard enough to shake dust from the mortar. Geralt got his forearm in between wrist and neck before the grip could settle, and the creature's fingers crushed down against leather and mail, bending the links inward, its hidden face close, the silver mask holding the blue fire of the lamps. "Guests are not permitted here," it said. Geralt drove his heel into the side of its knee. The joint gave under the blow and came back at once, and the hand only tightened. He let his weight drop, twisted under the arm, and cracked the creature's elbow against the stone edge of the stair. Bone broke. The hand opened, but the break did not hold, and the arm began straightening again with a slow, crawling movement under the sleeve. There was no sword on him, and no room for Ard that would not bring the stare down on them both, so he tore the iron lamp off the wall and slopped the blue oil across the attendant's chest. For the first time, the thing drew back. Geralt struck flint against the metal rim, and the flame ran over the white livery in one sheet. It made no human sound. It tore at the burning coat, lost its footing, and went backward down the steps, striking stone twice before it vanished round the turn, with the firelight leaping after it. Geralt followed. At the landing below, the creature rolled off the wall and came up with half its clothing alight, its silver mask split across one cheek to show pale skin and a mouth drawn wide around teeth too long and too fine for a man. Geralt kicked the back of its knee as it stood, caught the broken mask, and drove the creature face first into the iron bracket of the next lamp. The bracket went in through the eye. The body convulsed, the hands clawed once at the wall and splintered stone under the nails, and then it was still. He held it there for several breaths while black blood threaded down the iron. Under the mask, the face had already begun to change, the skin drawing tight over sharpened bone, the mouth losing its courtly shape. No higher vampire, this one. A lesser breed, old enough to pass in livery and take orders, strong enough to tear apart an unarmed guest before he could get a shout out. Geralt lowered it onto the stair. Below him, the ragged breathing had stopped, and he went down faster. The stair ended in a narrow chamber lined with mirrors, gone dark with age. A table stood against the far wall, laid out with folded masks, silver cups, and small knives in precise rows, and beside it the young baron in green and gold sagged in a high-backed chair, with his wrists corded behind him in red. The woman in white feathers stood over him. She had taken her mask off, and her face was still beautiful, which only made the blood on her mouth worse. One attendant held the baron's head aside while she drank from a cut below his ear. His eyes rolled up, his chest still moving. A second waited by the door beyond them with a silver basin in its hands. She lifted her head, blood bright along her lower lip, and told him he was early. Geralt stepped off the stair. The attendant let go of the baron and turned. The other set down the basin, and neither of them reached for a weapon. The woman wiped her mouth with one finger and studied the red line it left, then asked whether she should call him Lord Vale or use some other name. He was counting the room while she spoke. 3 of them, the baron still alive. A closed door at their backs. No way out. That did not mean climbing past the corpse on the stair, and his silver sword lying somewhere above him on the assumption the stable boy had done what he was paid for. She saw the arithmetic going on behind his eyes and said he had come unarmed. Did I? Her gaze dropped to his hands. Geralt snapped one of the small knives off the mask table and threw it, and the blade took the attendant beside the basin through the throat. It staggered, looking more surprised than hurt. He was already moving. He crossed the chamber before the first creature could close, got hold of the high-backed chair and turned it sideways between them, and when the attendant lunged, its shoulder drove the wood into the floor. But the tangle bought him the moment he needed to catch the red cord at the Baron's wrists and pull it against the nearest candle flame. The cord blackened. The woman came round the chair with the blood still bright on her teeth, and Geralt swept the silver basin off the table into her path. She stepped over it without effort, crimson skirts barely lifting, and hit him across the face. The fox mask shattered. Geralt went into the mirrored wall, and the cracks spread behind his head in a white web. The woman stopped. His face was bare, white hair fallen loose across his brow, the old scars showing under the candlelight, the pupils narrowed to slits from the potion, pale and inhuman against the gold. Recognition went through her expression like a blade under silk. Witcher. The burned cord parted behind the chair. Geralt caught the Baron by the collar and dragged him down as the first attendant came over the seat, and the claws passed through the air where the man's throat had been. He rolled, came up beside the fallen basin, and drove its sharpened silver rim across the creature's wrist. Smoke came off the cut, and the attendant recoiled with a hiss. Whatever composure the woman had left went with it. She came at him so fast that the crimson gown blurred into the dark, and he crossed his arms in front of his chest and took her on both forearms. The pain went straight to his shoulders. His boots left the floor, and he hit the table hard enough to turn it over. Masks went scattering across the stones. She followed with one hand opening for his throat, and Geralt caught up a silver cup and crushed it against her palm. The metal burned where it touched. She jerked back with the skin smoking between her fingers, and he drove the heel of his hand up under her chin. Her head snapped back. The blow would have killed a man. It barely turned her. The wounded attendant took him from behind, its arm locking across his chest, and the woman recovered at once and reached for his face with her nails lengthening as she came. Geralt stamped down on the basin. The curved silver edge sprang up. He caught it in both hands and drove it back under his own arm into the attendant's side, and the creature let go of him, shrieking. He turned, tore the basin free, and swung it again across its mouth. Teeth and black blood went over the masks. The Baron was crawling for the stair. "Up," Geralt said. "Do not stop." The man tried to rise, fell, and hauled himself onto the first step. The second attendant pulled the knife out of its own throat and went after him, and Geralt kicked the mask table into its knees. It vaulted the table, but the movement carried it too high, and he stepped in beneath the leap, caught the creature by sleeve and belt, and turned with its speed rather than against it. The attendant went into the cracked mirror. Glass burst inward, and behind it lay a black recess strung with iron hooks and hanging chains. The creature hit the hooks, twisted, wrenched at itself. Geralt took one chain, looped it twice around the attendant's neck, and fed the loose end through an iron ring set in the wall. And when the creature clawed backward, it dragged him a step, then another, until he braced one boot on the stone and hauled. The chain tightened. Vertebrae broke in a dull series of knocks, and still the thing fought, so he wound the chain round the ring and left it strangling against the wall while he turned back. The woman stood beside the open stair with one hand placed on the Baron's shoulder and he knelt beneath it, trembling. "Let him go," Geralt said. Her burned palm had already begun to heal, new skin creeping across the blackened place, pale and wet. She told him he had come into their house, that he had worn a dead man's name and sat at their table and watched them eat, and Geralt's gaze went to her fingers, where they rested on the Baron's shoulder. He repeated it. She said he had found what he wanted, and he said, "Part of it." A sound came through the closed door behind her, many voices, some pleading, some too weak to shape words. The woman smiled again, though the beauty of it had thinned, and warned him the door would disappoint him. He stepped toward her, and she drew one nail across the Baron's throat, leaving a shallow red line, and told him to try another step. He stopped. Above them 3 bells sounded from the ballroom. The woman lifted her head to listen, and the final note ran on longer than the others, and through the ceiling came the grinding of heavy mechanisms deep within the walls. Iron shutters. The house was closing. She looked back at Geralt and said supper was ended. Footsteps came down the mirror stair behind him, down the hidden stair, in a measured file. Geralt heard leather on stone, the muted tap of metal fittings, the faint brush of cloth against the wall. More than 2, fewer than 6, and none of them hurried, which meant the sounds down here had been expected all along, or the house trusted whatever waited at the foot of the steps. The woman in white feathers kept her hand on the Baron's shoulder and told him he had very little time. Geralt looked past her to the closed door, where the voices beyond rose and fell in the stale air, human breath trapped behind wood, and above them the long grinding went on as the shutters sealed the outer windows, one after another, each closure moving through the house like far-off thunder under the floor. "Take your hand away," he said. She answered that he still spoke, as though commands had weight here. The first figure appeared on the stair behind him. Lord Carmen, dressed, came down in his bronze wolf mask, with one hand resting lightly on the rail, 2 white liveried attendants behind him, and behind them Lady Mircalla with her crimson skirts gathered above the burned corpse on the turn. Dressed stopped 3 steps from the chamber, his gaze passing over the broken masks, the strangled attendant, the silver basin dark with blood, and he studied Geralt's uncovered face last of all before observing that the dead lord had been taller after all. Mircalla reached the landing and looked at the woman beside the Baron and named her Cerys. The woman inclined her head and said he had followed the course laid for him. Mircalla said she had damaged the guest. Cerys said he resisted, and Mircalla's eyes moved to the red line at the Baron's throat, and she said he had been promised to Olin. Cerys gave the smallest shrug and said Olin was careless. No one raised a voice. The bodies on the floor, the blood, the closing house had changed nothing in their manner. They spoke like courtiers settling precedents before a table. Geralt shifted 1 step left, and dressed noticed, and told him the stair was closed, the door watched, and that he had no blade. Geralt said he had one and lifted the jagged rim of the basin. "That is tableware. It has worked better than your servants." The attendants behind him moved. Geralt kicked the overturned mask table across the chamber, and it caught the first attendant at the knees, breaking its step, and in the same instant he hurled the basin, not at Dressed or Mircalla, but at the nearest blue lamp on the stair wall. The silver rim shattered glass. Burning oil splashed across the narrow steps, and ran under the attendant's boots. Dressed sprang back. The lesser vampires did not, and one slipped and struck the wall and carried the other down with it, fire crawling over white sleeves, while Mircalla stepped through the falling bodies with impossible precision, using one shoulder as briefly as a stare before alighting in the chamber. Geralt was already at Cerys. She raked her nails toward the Baron's throat, and he caught her wrist with both hands, twisted, drove it against the chair back until the wood split. She struck him across the temple with her free hand, and he held on, forcing the sharpened nails away from flesh. The Baron collapsed sideways. "Crawl," Geralt told him, and the man obeyed without looking up. Cerys drove her forehead into Geralt's face. Blood filled his mouth. His grip loosened, and she tore her wrist free and turned toward the Baron again, so he took up the red cord from the floor and cast it round her neck. She spun, taking the cord with her. He crossed the ends behind her throat, braced a knee between her shoulders, and pulled, and the silk was too weak to choke her, but it dragged her backward long enough for the Baron to reach the open stair. Dressed came through the flames. His bronze mask had fallen away, and the face beneath was thin and pale, its beauty stretched by hunger, and he moved with none of Cerys's care, crossing the chamber in a straight rush that struck Geralt and drove him over the broken chair. The cord slipped free. Geralt hit the floor under Drest's weight, one hand closing around his jaw with the thumb pressing beneath his cheekbone, Drest's mouth opening, teeth lengthening as the head came down. Geralt brought his knee up between them, turned his face aside, and drove 2 fingers against Drest's chest. Ard burst at touching distance. The sign cracked the air, and Drest flew backward into the wall, mirrors shattering behind him, but he twisted before landing and came down on both feet amid the falling glass, his coat hanging torn from one shoulder, the skin beneath showing no wound. Mircalla stood near the doorway, watching. She had not joined the struggle. The burned attendants thrashed on the stair behind her, one having smothered the flames with its own body and now beginning to rise, the other clawing at the wall, with its face blackened and its lips peeled back. Cerys tore the cord from her throat and told him he would not leave this room. Geralt wiped the blood from his mouth and said he didn't need to, then turned and drove his shoulder into the closed door. The wood held. Cerys laughed once and named it for him. Oak, iron-braced. He stepped back, lifted his right hand, and traced the sign. Igni ran over the latch. The iron glowed red and smoke curled from the wood around it, and he held the flame only long enough to soften the metal before he seized the broken chair and swung its heaviest length against the lock. The first blow cracked the panel. Drest rushed him from behind, and Geralt heard the displaced air and dropped, and Drest passed over his shoulder, struck the door, and drove it inward through the burned lock with the force of his own charge. Cold darkness opened beyond, and the smell came first. Blood, sweat, wet straw, and the sweet corruption of wounds, kept too long covered. Drest caught the broken door frame before he could fall through it. Geralt kicked the back of his knee and sent him into the chamber beyond, then followed with the chair leg raised. Rows of iron cages filled the room, some holding one captive, others 3 or 4. Men and women in court dress crouched against the bars, masks gone, jewels torn away, wrists bound with ribbon or chain, and several were unconscious, and one old man lay still beneath a velvet cloak. Along the walls stood silver vessels beneath narrow pipes fitted into the stone, each pipe stained dark at the mouth. Dressed rose among the cages. A captive woman screamed when she saw him, and he turned toward the sound, and Geralt struck the chair leg across the side of his head, wood breaking against bone. Dressed staggered half a step, then caught the remaining length and tore it out of Geralt's hands. Cerys came in behind them and said, "This was to have remained clean." Mircalla came last, her eyes traveling over the prisoners, the broken door, the smoke spreading from the stair, and a muscle moved once in her jaw before she said, "Lord Vane would be displeased." "Lord Vane has too much confidence in locked doors," Geralt said. Dressed threw the broken chair leg aside. His face had begun to change, the cheeks drawing inward, the eyes sinking deeper, the mouth splitting wider than any human shape allowed, and the whole transformation passed beneath the skin in slow ripples, old hunger shrugging off its disguise. Geralt backed between two cages while captives shoved their arms through the bars toward him, and one of them, a voice he never found a face for, whispered about the keys. He had already seen them, hanging from Cerys's belt. Mircalla saw where he looked. She told him he had come for proof, and there it was, and he said there was enough of it. And when she said he could not save them, he told her that depended on the next minute. Dressed lunged. Geralt caught the bars of the cage to his right and swung himself sideways, and Dressed struck iron shoulder first, bending 2 rods inward, and then the hands inside the cage were on him, coat, wrists, hair, the captives screaming and clinging with the blind strength of terror. He tore one arm free and reached through the bars, and Geralt stamped down on the wrist and felt the bone break against iron. Dressed snarled and ripped himself loose, leaving cloth and strips of skin in the captive's hands, and the wounds were closing before he had finished turning. Cerys drew the keys from her belt and threw them the length of the room, where they skittered and vanished beneath a cage. "No minute," she said. Geralt moved toward her, and Mircalla stepped into his path, and the room narrowed around her. Up close she had lost the still courtesy of the ballroom, pupils broad and black, the bones beneath her face sharpened, though the mouth stayed composed. She told him he should have taken Severin's courtesy, and he said Severin hadn't offered it, and she said he would, and when Geralt asked whether that held after this, she said because of this. Behind her, Dressed wrenched his broken wrist straight, and Cerys walked the line of cages, trailing one nail over the bars, and every captive shrank from the sound. Geralt lowered his hands. Mircalla studied him and asked if he was wise at last. He was looking at the iron pipe that ran down the wall beside her. No. His fist struck the valve wheel fixed at shoulder height. The first blow loosened it, and the second tore it free, and a dark stream burst from the open pipe, stored blood pouring across Mircalla's gown and splashing the floor between the cages, and the scent hit the room like heat from an opened furnace. Every vampire stopped. Dressed's head snapped toward it. Cerys drew a sharp breath, and even Mircalla's control broke for one naked instant, her mouth parting as red ran over her hands. The captives began to cry out. Geralt seized the loosened pipe, bent it downward, and sent the stream across the room. Blood struck Dressed full in the face, and he recoiled, then turned on Cerys when she moved toward it, and she struck him aside, and he caught her by the throat. Their courtly shapes tore. Geralt dropped to one knee, reached beneath the nearest cage until his fingers closed around the keys, then rose, unlocked the first door, and threw the ring to the woman inside, telling her to open every cage. She only stared at him until he said the word again. Move. And her hands closed around the keys. Mircalla wiped blood from her eyes. She had not joined the frenzy. Her face trembled with the effort of holding still, and beneath it something older watched Geralt with a hatred too cold for rage. She said he had planned that quickly, and he told her he had smelled the pipes. And when she said he thought hunger made them beasts, Drest was already hurling Saris into a cage, iron buckling, Saris coming back with her face lengthened and her fingers hooked into claws. Geralt stepped away as prisoners spilled from the first open door and said he thought it made them busy. Then he took up the red valve wheel from the floor and threw it into the nearest lamp, and darkness swallowed half the chamber. The captives surged through it, opening cages, dragging the weak, screaming directions over one another, and Drest and Saris vanished into the movement, striking at shapes and sometimes at each other, while spilled blood covered everything. Mircalla crossed the darkness toward Geralt, and he saw only the pale flash of her face before she struck. Her hand caught the front of his coat and lifted him clear of the floor, and she carried him through a cage door, iron tearing from its hinges, and slammed him against the stone wall beyond. His breath left him. Her face hovered inches from his while she whispered that he was not among frightened peasants now, that there was no grave deep enough for them. Geralt's hand found the small flask sewn inside his coat, and he broke it against her mouth. Black blood splashed over her lips and tongue, and Mircalla recoiled as if struck by molten silver, smoke rising from her teeth, and she released him and clawed at her own throat, while the Witcher's tainted mixture burned through the tissues it touched. Geralt dropped hard, caught himself against the wall, and drove forward before she recovered, took her by the waist, and sent them both through the bent bars into the central aisle. The freed captives flooded toward the open door. At the far end, another entrance opened, and Lord Severin Vane stood there beneath his porcelain mask, with a line of pale courtiers from the ballroom waiting behind him. He looked over the broken cages, the feeding pipes, the blood-soaked floor, and the humans escaping into the stair passage, over Drest and Saris fighting among the shadows, over Mircalla rising with blackened lips. The painted smile turned to Geralt, and Vane said he had opened his house. Geralt straightened against the cage. Only the first door. Lord Severin Vane entered the chamber without once looking down at the blood beneath his shoes. The pale courtiers followed in pairs, masks still fixed, hands empty, garments untouched by the disorder around them. A stag of hammered gold beside a woman with a moon of pearls across her brow, and behind them the gray-haired Lord Geralt had marked in the ballroom, the narrow woman in blue, and three others whose names he had never heard. They spread across the far entrance with the calm precision of doors closing, and the escaping captives saw them and faltered. "Keep moving," Geralt said. Nobody obeyed at first. The freed nobles stood among bent bars and overturned vessels, clutching one another, court clothes dark with blood, some still wearing half their masks, others having lost shoes, jewels, and the last of their silence. Vane raised one hand, and the room settled around the gesture. He told the captives they had been frightened, and that this had not been intended, and a woman near the open stair began to sob, and the painted smile turned toward her, while he explained that they were to have slept through the unpleasant portion. Geralt stepped between Vane and the prisoners and told them again to go. This time, The woman with the keys hauled open another cage, seized the arm of an older man and dragged him toward the stair, and the others followed in a broken press. Mircalla watched them pass with one hand at her burned mouth, blackened blood glistening between her fingers. Vane did not stop them, and that disturbed Geralt more than pursuit would have. The host remarked that they would find the upper doors barred, and Geralt said they'd break them, and when Vane asked with what, he said, "Furniture, fear, each other." The narrow woman in blue glanced toward the stair. Vane lowered his hand and she moved. Geralt saw the turn of her shoulder before the rest of her vanished. She crossed the chamber in a pale blur, reaching the first captives as they crowded the lower step. He snatched a length of chain from the floor and cast it low, and the links caught her ankles. She fell across the stones, slid beneath the feet of the fleeing guests, and struck the stair wall hard enough to split the plaster, and 3 captives trampled over her before she could rise, and the 4th drove a broken cage latch into her back with both hands and left it there. The other courtiers watched without expression. Vane's voice stayed mild. He said Geralt had come to observe, and Geralt agreed he had, and Vane added that he had also spoiled a careful arrangement. Geralt gathered the loose end of the chain and told him careful arrangements spoil easily. The golden stag removed his mask. The face beneath belonged to a young man, handsome and smooth except for the eyes, which held the dull patience of something that had watched dynasties vanish. He tilted his head, listening to the captives climbing the stair, and asked whether he should fetch them. Vane's no stopped him at once. Geralt shifted his weight. Behind him, the last prisoners reached the hidden passage, and one woman stayed to prop up the drugged baron, his green and gold mask hanging crooked from one hand. Geralt told her to take him and follow the smoke upward, and when she asked what waited there, he said more doors. Her face tightened, but she pulled the baron onto the steps. When they were gone, Vane looked toward Mircalla and said she had drunk. She said the flask had been broken against her. That was not the question, he told her, and Mircalla's fingers curled before she gave him her no. The lie sat bare between them. Black blood had burned her lips because enough of it had gone into her mouth to touch tongue and throat. Vane regarded her a moment longer, then turned back to Geralt. "You see how quickly courtesy falls apart," he said, "when a single guest refuses to keep its forms." Geralt looked past him at the vampires ranged along the cellar wall and told him he saw a crowded room and not much else. Drest came out from between the cages with blood down his face and chest, one sleeve torn clean away, the bared flesh ridged where old wounds had closed badly over one another. Cerys followed at a slower pace, her white feathered mask gone somewhere in the dark, one cheek split to the bone. Hunger had taken the elegance off both of them. Vane looked at the pair with quiet displeasure and told them to stand apart, and Drest did not move. His eyes stayed on the open blood pipe, where the flow had weakened to a thick, irregular pulse, and Cerys crouched beside it with one hand flat to the stone and her teeth bared. Then Vane spoke his name. "Carmen." Drest looked up, and the change ran through him at once, shoulders dropping, mouth closing. There was no force in the old command that Geralt could sense, no trace of a sign, and still it pressed through the room with the whole weight of long obedience behind it, and Drest stepped back from the blood. Vane turned to Geralt again and observed that he was outnumbered, and Geralt told him to count again. Smoke had started to gather under the ceiling. It came down the stair in thin gray threads, drawn off the oil fire above, and behind the vampires, the nearest lamp guttered as the air moved through the broken doorways. Somewhere in the walls, iron groaned. Vane heard it too, and said the house was stone, and Geralt said the floors weren't. He had seen the timber under the marble where Drest broke the supper door. Dry beams, old pitch, wax-soaked hangings, galleries strung together by narrow passages. House Vane had been raised to hold warmth in and keep the night outside, and once fire got into it, that same closeness would carry flame from chamber to chamber. The host's mask inclined. He asked whether Geralt had planned to burn them, and Geralt said he had planned to leave. Fire would not destroy what stood before him, Vane said. No, Geralt agreed. It would destroy the house. Around him, for the first time, something moved behind the painted smile. Vane lifted both hands and took the mask off, and his true face was older than the one he had shown through the eye holes. Silver hair, framing features too exact to be human, pale skin drawn over a countenance untouched by softness or decay, the eyes dark red and giving back no light at all. No more disguises, he said. The courtiers removed their masks. One by one, beasts and birds fell to the blood-wet floor, and beneath them waited faces beautiful enough for paintings and cold enough for tombs. Some had worn age, others had chosen youth. All of them held the same absence where human uncertainty should have lived. Geralt unfastened the sable cloak and let it slide off his shoulders, leaving black leather and mail showing plainly, the empty scabbard hooks lying against his back, the narrow vial case at his belt. The golden stag smiled and named him a witcher without silver. A crash came from overhead, then shouting, the captives had reached the supper chamber. Furniture dragged across marble, glass broke, a woman screamed for an axe, and another voice called out that the servant's stair was open. The noise spread through the floor above like cracks running through ice. Vane turned his head, and Geralt moved. He threw the chain at the nearest lamp, caught the iron stem and pulled, and the lamp tore out of the wall so that blue fire spilled across the blood-slick stones, flaring where the oil met the hems of abandoned gowns and broken wood. He cast Quen in the same instant. Golden light sealed over him as the courtiers struck, and the first impact shattered the shield and sent him backward through a cage door, with metal screaming around his shoulders. The stag-faced vampire came after him, one hand reaching for his heart. Geralt caught the bent cage bar, tore it loose, and drove the iron point through the creature's thigh into the wooden base beneath the stones. The vampire looked down at it, more offended than hurt. Geralt kicked the bars sideways. The pinned leg twisted, bone broke, and as the creature dropped to one knee, he drove its face into the spreading blue flame. A woman took hold of him from behind, fingers sinking through the leather at his shoulder. He threw his weight forward, pivoting on the cage frame, and sent her over him into the burning oil. She struck the floor, rolled once, and came up with flame streaming from her hair. Cerys leapt through the fire at his throat, and Geralt pulled the last small vial from his belt and flung the contents into her eyes. Moondust burst in a silver cloud. The powder clung to her face and hands and marked every movement she made, breaking the smooth concealment of her speed. And she recoiled blind for a heartbeat. Geralt used it to drive the loosened cage bar through her shoulder. She screamed and tore free, leaving flesh smoking around the iron. dressed, came in from the side. Geralt barely turned before the blow landed and his ribs bent under it, and he crossed the floor, hit a blood vessel and went over it, silver ringing against stone. Dressed closed at once. Geralt rolled beneath the next strike, seized the fallen vessel by both handles, and raised it like a shield as the vampire lunged and the claws punched clean through the silver wall. Smoke erupted around his hands. Dressed roared. Geralt twisted the vessel, trapping both wrists in the torn metal, then drove his boot into the vampire's chest, and Dressed went backward with the silver basin locked over his arms, tearing at it while the metal burned deeper. The chamber was smoke now, and flame, and pale shapes moving through both. Vane stayed beyond all of it. He had not attacked. He stood between the far doors and watched each exchange, red eyes following Geralt without any haste, and around him the remaining courtiers circled instead of rushing, learning the timing of the Witcher's steps and the reach of his hands. Geralt saw the change. The first violence had been hunger. The next would be discipline. Another crash overhead shook dust from the ceiling. The music had stopped entirely, and human voices filled the supper chamber now, rising over the hammering of wood against iron shutters. Then a new sound cut through all of it, a sword clearing a scabbard. And Geralt looked toward the stair, where a stable boy stood in the smoke, face white with terror, both hands gripping a wrapped length of sailcloth. "I brought it," he gasped. The nearest vampire turned. Geralt threw Ard across the chamber, and the sign caught the boy in the chest and hurled him backward up the steps, out of reach, while the sailcloth bundle spun through the air. Geralt caught it. The wrappings fell away, and silver flashed blue in the firelight, and every face in the chamber changed as he closed both hands around the hilt. Vane came forward at last, crossing the chamber while the others drew back from the blade. He did not blur into motion as Cerys had, nor throw himself forward with Dressed's hunger. Every step stayed visible, deliberate and measured, the hem of his black coat passing through the smoke without haste, and around him the lesser flames, bent low, stirred by no wind that Geralt could feel. The silver sword sat lightly in his hands, edge clean, hilt cold through his gloves. Across the chamber, the surviving courtiers watched it with distaste rather than fear, because silver promised pain and mutilation and long healing. But against the oldest among them, it offered no simple ending. Vane stopped just beyond its reach and asked whether Geralt had expected gratitude from the boy. Geralt kept the point between them and said he had expected the sword. "Men are so easily reduced," Vane said, and when Geralt asked to what, the answer came back. To what they carry. Then the host moved. Geralt caught the first strike on the flat of the blade, and the impact drove silver against his shoulder and sent a jolt through both arms. Vane had crossed the distance, with no visible beginning to it. One pale hand closed around the edge, as though it were a strip of ribbon. Smoke rose off his palm. He did not let go. Geralt turned the hilt and drew the blade through the grip, and silver opened the flesh to the bone, black-red blood welling along the cut and hissing against the metal, and still the fingers held strong enough to bend the sword aside. Vane's other hand struck him beneath the ribs. Quen was gone. The mail blunted the claws, but not the force behind them, and Geralt left the floor and crashed into the iron cages with his sword arm pinned for one instant between two bars. That instant almost killed him. Vane came on with his face unchanged and drove a hand toward Geralt's throat, and Geralt twisted behind the cage frame so the claws went through iron instead, shearing one bar loose and cutting 3 bright lines across his collar. Geralt answered with the pommel. It struck Vane's temple and turned the host's head, and Geralt ripped the sword free, reversed it, and cut upward from hip to shoulder. The silver edge crossed black velvet and opened Vane's chest, the flesh parting deeply, and no cry came from him at all. He stepped back, looked down at the wound, and put 2 fingers inside it the way a tailor checks a flaw in cloth, and beneath his hand the muscle drew together, the edges of the cut beginning to close, slow where the silver had burned them, but closing all the same. Behind Geralt, the captives were shouting from the supper chamber, the stable boy's voice carrying over the rest, as he called out that he'd found the servant's stair. Something heavy went over, and then came the clatter of many feet, moving away from the ballroom and deeper into the eastern wing. Vane heard them. His gaze shifted for less than a heartbeat, and Geralt cut at his neck. Vane leaned beneath the stroke and caught Geralt's wrist, and the grip tightened until the bones pressed together, so Geralt let the sword drop. Before it struck the floor, his left hand caught it below the guard, and the blade came up from the other side and went in beneath Vane's arm, silver passing through ribs and out through his back. The host's expression changed. Geralt drove forward, forcing him against the open doorway, then tore the sword sideways, and the wound opened across Vane's chest in a black, smoking ruin. A pale hand closed around Geralt's face. Vane lifted him one-handed and hurled him through the doorway. Geralt struck the passage floor, rolled over one shoulder, and came up on a knee as the courtiers descended on him. The woman with the pearl moons reached him first, and he cut low, taking her across both shins so that she fell, with her gown folding beneath her. The golden stag lunged from the right, the iron bar still standing out of his ruined thigh, and Geralt stepped inside the attack to drive the silver point through his jaw into the roof of his mouth. The vampire convulsed around the blade. Geralt tore it free and used the body as a barrier against the gray-haired lord, whose claws went into the stag's back, and the gray-haired vampire ripped through his own companion to reach him. Geralt ducked beneath the outstretched arm and severed the tendons behind the creature's knee. It collapsed, seized his coat, and dragged him down with it. The pearl-crowned woman came across the floor, on legs already healing, fingers lengthening toward his eyes. Geralt caught her wrist, rolled over the gray-haired vampire's body, and drove both of them into the spreading fire at the threshold. Her hair caught. She let go of him and struck blindly at the flames, while the gray-haired vampire closed both hands around Geralt's ankle, and Geralt turned onto his back and thrust the silver blade through the creature's forearm, pinning it to the floorboards. It snarled and pulled harder, tearing its own arm lengthwise around the sword. Geralt let go of the hilt and let the thing's own strength rip the limb apart, then rose, caught the sword again, and ran. The passage led upward through a shallow stair to the musician's gallery. Smoke rolling along the ceiling, and beneath it the hall of glass had become a sealed golden cavern full of terrified guests. Iron shutters covered every window, tables and chairs lay overturned before the main doors, and human nobles hammered at the locks with candlesticks, benches, and ceremonial spears taken down from the walls. The musicians had fled, leaving their instruments scattered across the gallery floor. Below them, the vampire court had begun to feed, and the pretense was gone. Lovely faces lengthened beneath broken masks, silk gowns swept through blood, and men and women who had bowed to one another minutes earlier were dragged from beneath tables, lifted against columns, and carried screaming into the shadows between the mirrors. Geralt reached the gallery rail. Lady Oline stood below, with a young count held by the throat, her blue gown still immaculate. Watching his pulse hammer beneath her thumb, Geralt cut one of the chandelier ropes, and the thick cord parted beneath the silver, and the chandelier dropped from the dome, its iron frame striking the marble between Olin and the Count, and exploding candles and crystal across the floor. She recoiled from the burst of flame. The Count fell, crawled through the broken glass, and vanished beneath a table. Every face in the hall turned upward. Geralt stepped onto the rail. Lord Vane came into the gallery behind him, chest still open where the silver had torn through, blood soaking the front of his coat, though the wound had already narrowed and the pale ribs were drawing back beneath knitting flesh. He said that Geralt could not hold this house alone. Geralt looked down at the hall. I don't need to hold it. He jumped, and the fall carried him through smoke and candlelight until he struck the suspended cloth canopy above the dancer's floor, cut through it with the sword, and came down wrapped in black silk among the masked guests, the fabric collapsing over 3 vampires with him. Geralt rolled free. Beneath the silk, the pale bodies thrashed and tore at one another, unable to tell which shape was human, and he drove his sword through the heaving cloth once, withdrew it, and moved before they got out. A nobleman in a boar mask rushed him with a court blade, and Geralt shouted at him to open the doors. The man stared at the silver sword, then at the creatures tearing their way free behind him, and asked how. Geralt caught his shoulder and shoved him toward the supper chamber, telling him to find the kitchen, take axes, and break the western shutters off their hinges. The nobleman ran. Lady Oline came through the smoke, her mouth red now, one hand ending in claws, the other still wearing 3 diamond rings. She swept at Geralt's sword arm. He drew back, let her miss, and cut the hand from her wrist, and it landed among the broken crystal. Oline looked at the stump. Geralt kicked the fallen chandelier frame into her legs, and she stumbled across the hot iron, and he brought the silver edge down between neck and shoulder until the blade sank to the spine. Her body folded. He withdrew before she could seize him, knowing the wound would not keep her long. Across the hall, Drest came out of the eastern arch, with the silver vessel still mangled around one arm, and fire having stripped half his face to blackened bone. He saw Geralt and charged through the fleeing guests, knocking bodies aside. Geralt did not meet him. He ran toward the central mirrors, and Drest followed, gaining with every stride, and at the last instant Geralt turned and cast Yrden across the marble. Purple lines burned beneath Drest's feet. The sign caught him inside the circle, dragging at his speed, forcing every movement into the weight of flesh, so that his charge became visible, then humanly slow. Geralt stepped aside and placed the silver point against his chest, and Drest drove himself onto it, the blade entering through the sternum, his momentum carrying both of them into the tall mirror. Glass shattered around their bodies. Geralt twisted free as Drest struck the stone beyond, impaled through the heart and pinned by the crossguard. Drest's hands closed around the blade. Silver burned through his palms, and still he pulled himself forward. So Geralt took up the bronze mask from the floor and jammed it between Drest's jaws. then kicked the broken mirror frame down over him, tangling him beneath gilded wood and splintered glass. The sword stayed in his chest. Geralt stepped back empty-handed. Above the western doors, the first iron shutter buckled inward, and an axe head appeared through the gap. Human voices rose behind it. Another blow split the hinge, and winter air knifed into the hall, driving the smoke toward the eastern galleries and setting every candle flame wild. Vane came down the musician's stair, with no blood on his chest now, walking beneath the guttering chandeliers, while the court scattered around him, some going after the captives, others drawing away from the cold air and the widening fire. His face held no mask, no courtesy laid over hunger. Mircalla came through the eastern arch beside him, the burns around her mouth healed into dark cracks, carrying Geralt's silver sword by the leather grip where she had torn it from Drest's body. She looked across the ruined hall and threw it. The sword turned once through the smoke, and Geralt caught it. Vane stopped at the edge of the broken dance floor. Behind Geralt, the western shutter tore free and crashed onto the snow outside, and the guests surged toward the opening as the cold came into the hall in a white breath. The host raised one bloodless hand, and every vampire still standing turned toward Geralt. Then the great doors of the supper chamber burst outward, and fire rolled across the ceiling. Flames spread through the carved roses above the supper doors and ran along the musicians' gallery in bright, branching veins. It found wax, dry velvet, and old varnish. Painted panels blackened, gilding curled off the walls, and smoke poured beneath the dome and swallowed the upper mirrors, so that the vampire court showed in them only from the waist down as it closed around Geralt. He stood at the center of the broken dance floor with silver in both hands. Winter air poured through the torn western shutter behind him, and the human guests were climbing over its twisted iron frame into the snow, hauling the drugged and the wounded and those who could no longer stand on their own. The stable boy stayed at the opening, dragging a woman through by both wrists, while a nobleman beat at grasping hands with the blunt back of an axe. Vane lowered his raised hand, and the court came. 3 from the left, 2 from the right, another dropping out of the gallery through the smoke. Geralt did not wait for the circle to close. He ran for the nearest chandelier chain, cut low beneath a pale woman's reaching arms, and brought the sword up through the links until the iron snapped. The chandelier came down crooked, one end hitting the floor, while the other hung caught above, and its burning branches swept across the dancers' hall like a great hooked limb. One vampire sprang clear, another vanished under the iron frame, and the third took a flaming branch across the chest and went down among the crystal shards. Geralt vaulted the fallen chain. The creature from the gallery landed behind him and tore 4 lines through the back of his coat, mail splitting, claws scoring his shoulder blade and drawing heat up beneath the cold air. He turned with the wound instead of against it. Silver crossed the vampire's face from brow to mouth, opening one eye and cleaving the jaw. And as the creature recoiled with its hands rising to the ruin, Geralt drove the guard into its throat and kicked it beneath the fallen chandelier. The pinned vampire below caught its ankle, and the two of them struck at each other through flame and iron, hunger confusing allegiance again. Lord Vane came through them. Firelight moved across his pale face. The closing wound in his chest had gone, leaving only torn black velvet and a dark stain that no longer spread, and his eyes stayed fixed on Geralt, while the rest of the hall burned and broke around him. Mircalla came from the opposite side. She no longer wore the crimson of a court lady cleanly, the gown covered in blood and soot, one sleeve hanging loose from a torn shoulder, and still she moved with her old poise, placing each step between burning silk and broken glass, as though the dance had only changed its measure. Geralt shifted until a marble pillar stood behind him, and Vayne saw the choice. "You still seek walls," he said, and Geralt said he sought weight, raised his left hand, and struck the pillar with ard. The sign traveled through the cracked marble. Nothing happened at first. Then a fracture opened above Vayne's head, with a sound like ice splitting on a lake. The cornice broke loose, and stone angels and gilded leaves and a length of the gallery rail came down through the smoke. Vayne was gone before they struck. Mircalla did not retreat. She crossed beneath the falling stone, caught Geralt around the waist, and carried him clear, so fast that the hall became a streak of gold and black. They hit the floor together beyond the pillar, and the sword went out of his hand. Mircalla rose over him with one hand closing on his throat, the burned cracks at her lips splitting open as her mouth widened, the human beauty left in the eyes alone, cold and furious. "You have made carrion of centuries," she said, and her fingers tightened. Geralt caught her wrist and could not shift it. Dark gathered at the edges of his sight. Under his other hand lay broken glass, hot metal, and a courtier's fallen mask, and his fingers found the silver thread sewn round its edge. He tore it free and looped it across her mouth. The thread burned into her lips, and she recoiled by instinct, and Geralt twisted beneath her, wound the cord around her wrist, and pulled the arm behind her back. It could not hold her long. It held her long enough. He reached the sword. Mircalla tore free as he rolled to one knee, silver thread still smoking in her flesh, and she rushed him. He thrust the blade toward her heart, and she turned aside, so the point went through her shoulder instead, and her own speed drove it deep. Geralt let go of the hilt, caught her by the gown, and used her charge to send her through the nearest mirror. Glass burst around her. She struck the stone behind it and fell tangled in the heavy silvered backing with the sword still buried through bone. And he left it there. Vayne came through the smoke without a sound. His hand struck Geralt's chest and drove him the length of the hall into a supper table, overturned near the doors, plates breaking beneath him, a silver candlestick rolling against his hand. Vayne was on him before he could rise, one knee pinning his sword arm, a pale hand closing round his throat. The host's face holding no hunger now, only a quiet decision. He said Geralt should have accepted passage. Geralt's breath scraped against the grip, and he got out that Vayne would have barred it. After the last course, Vayne leaned closer. Behind him the burning gallery groaned. The flames had eaten through the beams supporting the dome, and cracks were racing across the painted ceiling, splitting saints and clouds from crown to heel. Geralt looked past him. The host followed his gaze, and that was enough. Geralt snatched up the candlestick and drove its pointed base beneath Vayne's ribs, and the metal went in shallow and began to smoke. Vayne looked down, his grip tightening rather than loosening, and Geralt hammered the candlestick deeper with the heel of his palm until the hand convulsed. He tore free, rolled beneath the table and kicked both legs out from under it, and the heavy oak top dropped between them. Vane caught it before it could crush him and held it above his shoulders with one arm. Geralt seized a burning length of curtain and threw it over the wood, fire spreading across the varnish, and Vane hurled the flaming table aside. It struck the base of the musician's stair and brought down what was left of the rail, filling the space between them with burning timber. Geralt backed toward the western opening while the ceiling came down in pieces overhead. "Geralt!" the stable boy shouted from the snow. A vampire had him from behind. The thing had crawled beneath the fallen shutter, face half burned, one arm hanging broken, and its hand closed in the boy's hair and dragged his head back toward its mouth. Geralt had no sword. He crossed the floor in 4 strides, took the axe from the nobleman beside the opening, and drove the iron head into the vampire's elbow. The joint shattered, and the boy dropped into the snow. The creature turned on him, and he hooked the axe behind its knee, pulled it forward across the threshold, and shoved the broken shutter frame down over its body. 3 of the human guests seized the iron bars and leaned their weight on them, and the vampire thrashed underneath, unable to rise while they climbed over its back into the night. Geralt told the boy to go to the carriages and cut every horse loose. The boy stared at the burning hall and asked what about him. "Move!" He ran. Inside, Mircalla tore herself out of the broken mirror with the silver sword still in her shoulder, gripping the blade in both hands, black blood running over her fingers, dragging it free inch by inch, and her eyes found Geralt through the fire. Vane stepped over the fallen table. Behind them, the dome gave a long, deep crack, and the painted ceiling sagged. Geralt caught up the fallen axe and ran for the winter garden doors, struck the lock once and split the wood, struck again until the doors flew open and the cold swept through the hall from a second direction. Wind came in from west and garden together, and the flame rose in a roaring column. The chandeliers swung hard, curtains tore from their rods. Fire ran along the ceiling toward the central chains, feeding on the sudden breath. Vane stopped beneath the dome. Mircalla looked upward, and the first beam fell between them and threw sparks across the floor. Another followed, then a sheet of burning plaster and painted wood, and the remaining vampires scattered, some toward the cellar passages, others toward the sealed northern rooms. Geralt ran for the western opening. Vane reached him before the threshold, a hand closing on the back of his coat and dragging him away from the snow, and Geralt turned and drove the axe haft across Vane's throat and felt the wood splinter. The host did not let go. Above them, the great central chandelier tore loose, and Geralt heard the chain break. He cast Igni into Vane's face. Flame covered the vampire's eyes. The grip opened for an instant, and Geralt threw himself through the broken shutter as the chandelier came down. Iron, crystal, and fire hit the floor together. The impact shattered the last of the mirrors and swept glass through the hall in a silver storm, the chandelier frame pinning Vane beneath its center, while the falling dome buried the dance floor in blazing beams and stone. Geralt landed in deep snow. The cold got into the wounds across his back and chest, and he rolled away as burning debris came down through the western opening, melting black pits into the white ground. Guests were running among the coaches, tearing open doors, cutting traces. Horses screamed and kicked free and bolted down the avenue with harness dragging behind them, and the stable boy stood at the last team, sawing at a leather strap with a small knife. Geralt rose behind him, House Vane burned from within. The roof above the hall of glass folded into the flames. One tower cracked and leaned across the winter garden, and the windows burst outward in lines, throwing fire and shards onto the snow. Beneath the fallen chandelier, something moved. Vane's hand came out first, pale fingers closing around a burning iron branch and bending it aside, and Geralt watched from the edge of the avenue while Mircalla appeared behind the broken garden glass, with one shoulder hanging low, and her crimson gown alight at the hem. She did not follow. Her face stayed turned toward him as the smoke filled the opening. The stable boy reached him with 2 horses and said they were coming out. "I know." Geralt took the nearer rein and mounted. A noblewoman sat behind the boy, on the other horse, with one arm round his waist, blood soaking the bandage at her neck. And along the avenue those who could ride were pulling the wounded up onto saddles, while the rest went on foot between the pines. The center of the house collapsed. Flame rose above the towers, the stone walls folded inward, and the ballroom and the cellar stairs, and the masked court went under a mountain of burning timber. Geralt turned the horse toward the forest. From inside the ruin came a roar that no human throat could have made, and he rode before it ended.